We're getting a couple napkins?
You want half?
Oh, I got mine.
Oh. I thought you were in here. I was gonna split it with you.
Want one of these?
Yeah.
Take one. Fuck you, kid.
Oh.
Fuck you, kid. You don't want
Thank
that.
Today flew by.
What?
Today flew by. So I'm psyched. They approved the vaccine.
Yes. People getting in their arms today.
I'm really psyched. Maybe the kids will go back into swimming, soccer.
Yeah, I bet in the spring, everything's gonna be better. Help God.
They said the first injection was this morning in Long Island.
Healthcare worker. ICU nurse.
I was watching Cuomo. He was on the News 12 too. But it's exciting.
Very exciting. Miracle of science.
I'm not gonna see it, but I wonder 50 years from now where we're gonna be.
Our kids will see it.
I hope they said they show cancer one day.
They're like Keith, right?
Yeah. Next couple of months, it's also gonna start getting more busier for you.
Yeah.
So if they start opening things up, have more breakdowns. I suspect that tonight's gonna be a little shaky.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know how it's gonna turn out anymore.
Well, they didn't add that thing that they agreed to.
No, Kelly says they did. On the thing with me?
Yeah,
And Kelly says they did. She showed me.
I didn't see it. Okay. Sally. Yes. I have the oath for Tom.
Yeah.
Are you saying this, Sandy?
Yeah.
I have the oath for him, so we'll do everything afterwards. She already signed the book, no ceremony. Yeah. Thank you for following up. All right, bye-bye.
Hello? All right, you should be live.
Okay, thank you, Cliff. Good evening, and welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck work session for December 14th, 2020. I need a motion to call this meeting to order.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Do our usual protocol. We're going to go into executive session first. Furloughs and hiring freeze for remainder of fiscal year is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of New York State Public Officers Law as it relates to the medical, financial, credit, employment history of a particular person or corporations or matters leading to appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person. Also, village manager personnel matter, the same motion, 105(1)(f). And the other matter in executive session is the village attorney contract. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of the New York State Public Officers Law as it relates to the medical, financial, credit, employment history of a particular person or corporation. One matter is leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, and discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation. I will make those motions.
Tom, I'd like to include an A is the personal budget implications.
I'm sorry. Say that again?
I would like to include an A, personnel budget implications.
Isn't that under the hiring freeze?
Can't hear you, sir.
Isn't that under the hiring freeze thing?
It's under A, yes. It's not hiring freeze, it's implication, what it involves that, yes.
That doesn't require a separate motion, it's something you can discuss when we're in executive session.
Say that again, sir?
I don't believe it requires a separate motion. It's something that can be discussed being covered by the first motion.
Okay, fine.
I'll second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, I'll see you in executive session. You want to come down and get yours? What was he saying? Kirk Treasurer's me?
Yeah. Voice is on, video is on.
Good evening. We are coming out of executive session. Nothing to report out. Okay, we have a bunch of stuff that's on for the regular meeting that we have to get through. And we also have our friends, the fire department, on, and I'm going to take their item first because they've been waiting since 5 o'clock. And that would be under new business, item 2A. Firefighter Cancer Benefit Program. Jared, do you want to explain this?
Mayor, in this item, recently, there has been some change in litigation. In the past, the Volunteer Firefighter Cancer Benefit Program was a supplemental program which required the fire department. Hold on a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Required the fire department to demonstrate certain extraordinary paperwork and other items associated with physicals and tests for the volunteer firefighters to be added to this cancer benefit program, which was a program in essence for about $190 per year per firefighter. The village could add the firefighter to an insurance policy that would provide a $50,000 death benefit. Since then, and just recently, unbeknownst to us, the law has changed, which now allows, according to the state, allows us to add all of our firefighters or active firefighters. And if I could add Chief Barney to this discussion, he could be and is very articulate in this matter. It will require us to add some money to the budget in order to cover our firefighters. But like I said, I want to stress that it's $190 per year per firefighter as a supplemental cancer benefit policy. And I'm not sure if Chief Barney, I see him, but I see his muted. I don't know if James, you want to unmute.
Good evening. Thank you, Jerry, and good evening, everybody. So basically, the state, they were requiring a very, very narrow criteria in order to be eligible for this benefit when they originally put it into effect. And across the state, virtually no one was able to comply with it. So there was very few people getting the coverage. And now they heard the voices of everyone complaining about it for a year and a half. And they've realized that they have to accept other forms of proof that members were active interior firefighters. And what they've done is they've now allowed us to offer proof such as training certificates, roll calls, training forms, and basically anything where any interior activities were taken a part of. So with that being said, we've gone from only insuring 17 or 18 members to approximately 160 of our members. And that's where the major increase is coming from. And the greater part of this is because the only people that were originally being insured were the members that have joined very recently, because that's where the 5 fit tests, the mask fit tests, first started being really offered. And now that the certificates and of training and roll calls and such are accepted, we're actually going to be able to insure the firefighters that have been serving this village for the last 30, 35 years. And, you know, we have very many members that got in when they were 18. They're still, you know, 60 years old and still active. And they're the ones that are going to be affected, God forbid, first. And they were not being insured, and now they can be. We understand that it's a major increase in what was originally allotted for the insurance, but it's definitely a necessity.
Okay. Does anybody board trustees has any questions or concerns? Okay. Chief, thank you for bringing this to our attention and for everything you all do day in and day out.
One quick question, sorry, just to know what we have in front of us. And thank you, Chief. I think, so in the packet, we have a letter, and then through email, we have a quote. And do we have anything else? Do we have a total, or what's the next step for us to consider when it will kick in, what it applies, if we have to, what do we need to do?
So the roster of firefighters has already been sent to the insurance company. Ultimately, by law, we're required to comply with this, no matter what. So the roster's been sent. We had the quote sent immediately. So Jerry and Dan were able to get this on the work session immediately. So you guys kind of had a heads up that the amount of money that was originally allotted was not going to suffice. And we didn't want you to be broadsided come February or January when the bill showed up. So the letter that you have is basically a more in-depth explanation of the change to the law and why there's an increase. And then the
Application.
quote is the other letter from the insurance company stating what the cost is going to be.
Right, and there's an application, that's why, not now.
Right, yeah.
There's an
The
application.
application would be filled out by the manager's office.
Gary, just so board knows the increase.
The quote is
Yeah.
per person. What is the total then? What would be the budget increase?
It would be, I think, somewhere around $28,000 increase. I think we've already budgeted potentially $3,000 for this item, and now we're at 31,000. I don't have it in front of me. I'm going off of memory.
I thought it was higher, but I may be wrong.
That, I think in the email I sent to the board on Friday, I said it could have a impact of anywhere from about $30,000 to $35,000
Increase.
costs.
You know, can I just ask a quick question about that? Because the chief's letter talks about this will now insure about 75% of the membership. Is there the anticipation that they will eventually insure 100%, 95%? And when might that happen so that we can know if there would even be a greater increase needed in the budget?
So 100% of the department, in theory, will never be insured because you have to have a minimum of 5 years in the department to become insured. So
Okay,
we'll always have newer members, hopefully, newer members coming in every year that will not be insured for however, 4 more years or so. So 100% will never be achieved. It's impossible. And there's always going to be the members that are still members, but have gone relatively inactive due to either age or medical reasons, but they are still members. So, ultimately those members, if they're not active, cannot be covered.
okay, so just, so are we thinking that 75% is a stable number?
I believe that the number that we're at is pretty accurate for years to come.
Okay, thanks.
Chief Barney, you said that you had 190 active members, is that correct?
It's 160 as of right now.
I'm sorry, okay, 160.
What happens if somebody stops being active? They're still covered? I mean, this,
They have to be covered for 5 years after their inactivity starts. And it's a fine line because if they go inactive for 2 years and come back, they're now active again.
okay.
So-
But I just sort of meant what happened. I mean, not, so I know some people will have things in their personal life and they won't have time, but what if you're of an age where you're going to retire from a lot of activities, including active firefighting? That might be the age where you really need this benefit.
Exactly. So the state law requires requires you as the board or the village to cover every member for 60 months after their first year of inactivity. So 5 years from the date that they go inactive. But again, the state is defining active as anyone that attends or participates in firefighting activities.
Mhm.
So if you have an inactive or if you have an interior firefighter that decides to take 4 years off and then comes back on the 5th year, they're now active again.
Okay.
So there really is no cutoff date to any particular member being covered.
Thank you.
Next time we'll see this is probably like a transfer, using
Yeah.
it to just supplement that line from the budget. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be some kind of an adjustment to the budget. Yes, that's correct.
All right, Jerry, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Is everybody fine with having this on the regular meeting in 2 weeks?
Yep.
4 weeks.
So Tom, are you adding this to the short meeting? Can we do it tonight?
I don't think, if it's not time sensitive,
All right.
I don't want it to start. So
So
we
do you
will
wanna do you want to
approve,
do it December 28th or the first meeting in January?
Chiefs, we will approve this in the first meeting in January. It'll be on the agenda, the first meeting in January.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for waiting.
All right,
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks, James. Take it easy.
Thank
regular
you, guys.
is old business 1A. Recreation fees and changes and charges, 2021. Jerry?
Jason Pinto is on, Mayor, to discuss this item, but really he's on just if the board has any questions regarding the increases that we're looking at.
As the board, nice picture, Jason, nice behind there. Board have any questions or concerns about the fee schedule that Mr. Pinto and the rec board have proposed?
Very well thought out.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. You're
I had just one question on the parking, the seasonal part, the parking for residents and non-residents, the difference is $10. Is it?
Yeah, and we increased it last year. So are you saying it's not high enough? But that's what the rec commission, they actually increased it this year.
Do we have any idea of how many non-resident parking there is, the numbers? In other words, if you increase it another $10, what would it yield?
We probably do 600 non-resident parking placards a year, something like that. On average, we sell 600.
And this village is hurting for revenue. I would not have it be adverse on the non-resident to increase it another, $10. So there'd be a $20. That'd be $6,000.
So it would go to 102 instead of 92 for a non-resident fee?
Yeah.
Resident fee is $45 in this schedule. And then that would stay the same and the non-resident would go to 102 that we're asking?
If the board, we're hurting for money.
And so just so I can just explain the theory on how the rec commission got there, they basically doubled. So if a resident individual buys a parking placard, it's 45, they doubled it. that's how they got to their number. But I'm not opposed to going higher. That's just how the theory, that's how we got to that number. It's 50% higher.
Historically, it's always been double, right?
Historically, generally, it's double, yeah, or things like this.
How
But
does
I agree with
anybody
you,
else
it's a
feel?
bargain. It's a bargain, because if you think about it, it's $8 a weekday, $10, $12 on a weekend. You come a handful of times, it pays for itself. If you're a non-resident, if you're a resident, you come less than a handful of times, it come a few times, it pays for itself.
It just seems to me to be a reasonable approach without, you know, gouging people, but at the same time, you know, if the dollar, you know, if you told me it was about $1,000, I'd say it's not worth it. But if you're telling me we have a potential of a $6,000 addition to the budget with everything we're doing, I think it makes sense.
Just say, I'm 100% with you. I've actually went higher on some of these fees, and they've got, you know, they were brought down in past in terms of different rental pricing and stuff. But I'm 100% in favor of increasing the non-resident parking placard. We have a lot of non-residents that use the park, and I think we're giving it an affordable price. $92 is relatively inexpensive for the amenities in the park. I think.
In the interest of moving this all along, let's just go to the 102 and make it that way, and we'll put it on for the next meeting. Is that okay with everybody?
So is it an on for tonight?
It is on for tonight.
On for
We'll
tonight.
make it tonight on the fly.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree. Let's go.
Thank you.
Okay. B, contract 2020-03 I&I remediation in the Village of Mamaronek. Jerry, wait, you know what, Jason? Before you leave, I just want to thank you and your staff and the Parks Department staff for the amazing job you did with Santa Land down in the village, down in the park this weekend. It was spectacular. I've never seen a local community do anything like that. It was like theater quality work, and thank everybody who had anything to do with it.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate it. And the Parks Department's very talented. I was so impressed with them. So thank you. It was really good team effort.
And thank them all. It was a great job.
And we appreciate the support. Our Parks and Rec appreciates the support from board and management. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, Jerry, I&I remediation. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay, Mayor. In accordance with our order on consent, in order to remediate the sewer issues that we have throughout the village, this contract was put together, sent out, and we received several bids back. Let me grab it on my sheet. We are asking the board to consider the lowest bidder for $5,132,780. It is the same contractor that has been doing the work throughout Westchester County. And our investigative consultant, Arcadis, believes that they are the best company to do this work. And Dan and I are happy that they came in as the lowest bidder as well.
So just,
Oh, Jerry, what you're saying is these are the lowest responsible bidder,
Yeah,
correct?
the lowest, he is the lowest bidder and the lowest responsible bidder. He's everything.
okay, so for those watching at home, this is work we're required to do by consent decree with the Department of Environmental Conservation to improve our sewers, to keep us from having sanitary sewer overflow issues. Is that correct, Jerry?
That's correct.
So not only is this good for the environment, it is good for the long-term infrastructure of the community. God bless you, Norm.
Thank you.
It's a
Running
huge-
parallel with this, Mayor, we will also have an investigative study being done by Arcadis as a separate contract, which was approved several meetings ago.
It's a huge hit to take in the time of COVID, but it has to happen anyway. And it's going to be bonded and it'll be paid for over a longer term. Does anybody have any problem putting this on the agenda for the next meeting? Oh, it's on for tonight, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Questions or concerns?
Not, and I won't go too long because we can talk about it tonight when the approval, but the highest bid is 8.6.
Yeah.
The lowest bid of this is a Vermont company, really amazing. So very well, very good job. It's the specifications and, I've been at this since I joined the board. So
Yeah.
I finally get to see it. And of course, it's in the hardest financial moment, but
I know.
as the mayor mentioned, this is the infrastructure of the village. This is the infrastructure, you see, you have two main, the pavement, all the other stuff. But this infrastructure is not something you get to do every 10 years, whatever. This, when it hits bad. 100-year-old sewers, man. So that's why it's so costly. But there's no way other than getting into it, and has a lot of moving pieces. So thank you for getting to this stage. And I'll say more at
Yep.
another meeting.
And Trustee Tefor, the manager's office will be very active in overseeing this project along with the consulting engineers. So
Okay,
See, I know you like trees and engineering a lot now.
trees and engineering, yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
those are your babies. Okay.
Yeah, if only I had a hobby.
Trains, you do, trains. You have a
Trains.
hobby.
I do.
okay, 2B, let's keep the ball rolling, guys. 2C, fiscal year 21-22 funding commitment to provide a cash match for hazard mitigation grant.
Where are you?
Yeah, that's, so 2B is the CDBG item. 2C is a grant that we're applying for hazard mitigation grant. Um, Announcement came out about a new FEMA grant under its hazard mitigation program. The title of the grant is Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities. In looking at the scope of the grant and looking at our hazard mitigation plan with our grant writer, we identified a potential project as a development of a plan to acquire and maintain open space along the Sheldrake River to act as a additional floodplain, prevent future building in that area. So that was unfortunately the only grant we looked at that could apply for this program. It requires a 25% cash match. They're also asking for a commitment. I know times are a little tough right now, but we talked about being able to have a commitment in the fiscal year 2021-22 budget of $18,750 for us to complete this project. So.
Anybody have any questions or concerns? All right, I skipped something. 2B should have been, we just handled 2C.
The one he said now was 2C, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
2C is the 18.7, yes.
Scribner's error. Consistency recommendation of CDBG funded infrastructure improvement projects on for regular meeting. This
Yep.
is about getting us CDBG grants and having consistency. Waverly Avenue,
Yeah, so Waverly Avenue and East Prospect Avenue are infrastructure improvements, new sidewalks, new curbing. We met with the HCZM last week. I discussed the project with them. Since this is a village project, I would say the consistency recommendation has to come from the village board. But as a matter of course, we asked the HCZM, they reviewed it, they provided commentary to you in the draft letter, which I provided to the board and is attached to the agenda. I think generally they're in favor of the project. The issue they want us to make sure that is addressed during the design process is, making sure that best management practices for stormwater control are incorporated into the project. I've spoken with the county about that. I had a prediction that the HCZM would ask about that. So we will work our best with them to make sure that happens because the county will be doing the design for the project.
okay.
Thank you, Dan.
Nobody has any questions about that? Great.
Okay. My question was, it's the 4 projects?
Well,
Just
there's two additional affordable housing projects that are being undertaken by NGOs, 501c3s. I don't think the village board has to make a recommendation on those because those are not village projects. However, the HCZM did provide commentary. I forward that to the board for your information.
Here's the question. There's a memo from Suzette Lupin to you, and it has a table with 4 projects
Yes, we have a couple of
Okay.
additional.
for 725. That's the letter
Yep.
from the,
Yeah, we have
which
two
ones are we
additional,
discussing today?
just the Waverly Avenue and East Prospect. Those were the projects that we were asked to provide commentary on. Ms. Lopine in her email asked us to consider the other projects as well at this time, but by the time I had received that, that email from her, I hadn't given I'd already given the HCZM all the information on the other 2 projects, so I can take care of that at a later date.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Yep, thank you.
Good job. We'll talk about this. That's been one of yours. That's one of your babies. Good.
The CDB charge, the CDB.
Yeah, we'll talk
projects have
about it
been
this after evening because this is a long road for you.
Many,
Good one.
many years in the making.
I know. Good job.
Item 2D, handicap parking space on Center Avenue to correct Scrivener's error in original resolution. So we put the space in the wrong spot.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, it's my,
And
one of my favorite legal terms.
we're gonna correct it tonight. But
I at least got a smile out of the village attorney.
Are we doing 2C?
We did see.
Yeah.
I did see out of order, Nora.
Oh, fine. Okay, fine, fine.
Now 2F, Tompkins Avenue Bridge.
Tompkins Avenue Bridge. So Mayor, the Tompkins Avenue Bridge has a yellow flag on it. We looked at it with the consulting engineer. We brought in additional engineer who does this work and has the staff to be able to provide the required process in order to satisfy the DOT. So that's on for the regular meeting for HVEA to approve a contract with them. I forget the amount. I don't have it here in front of me.
27,500.
27.5, thank you.
Yep.
And what this would do is would prepare the specifications for us to either try to tackle this in-house and fix the bridge issues, which are really mortar and pointing issue, or have an outside contractor do it, which we would put out to bid. And we probably put out the bid in-house. We would write it up and put it out in-house based on the information that we got from the engineer.
Any questions or concerns? Hearing none. We're gonna take, let's come back here at 7:45 about, and we will jump into the meeting. We have Chief DeRusa is going to be getting sworn in, and I know there are folks here to witness that. So I need a motion closing the work session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, folks, I'll see you at 7:45.
Sound is on, video is on.
Good evening. Welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees regular meeting for December 14th, 2020. Please join me in Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I please have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Sorry, I was muted. Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, well, hello, folks. Tonight, we have a singular pleasure that doesn't happen too often in the life of a village, and hopefully it won't happen for a long time. We get to swear in a new police chief, and tonight we are swearing in Sandra DeRuza. Chief DeRuza started with the village about when I started being a trustee in 2004. She has received many more promotions than I have. And her career has grown exponentially as opposed to me. But I said this when she was made a lieutenant. You could tell from the beginning that Sandy DeRuza, Chief DeRuza now, was going to go on to bigger and better things. And she has been a trailblazer in the police department. She has started up the domestic violence unit. She was instrumental in having a successful DARE program. She has been a leader since the day she was hired. And tonight, we are ceremoniously swearing her in. She's already taken the oath of office. Tonight, we are just swearing her in and introducing her to the public of the Village of Mamaroneck. As I said, Chief DeRuza has all the attributes of a good leader, and she's already displaying those attributes. And she has the respect of the men and women in her fine department. And but you know, I would be remiss in not pointing out that I'm also very proud that we are, as a board, appointing a woman to this position. She earned it not because of her gender, but because of her hard work and her just excellent employment history, and obviously her ability to pass the tests that is required to get promotions. But she's an inspiration to other women who will be coming in her path, and she's a trailblazer, and she really knows how to do it and shows people by actually doing it. So Sandy, after the oath, I would love to hear what you have to say, but it's my pleasure to swear you in.
Terrific.
You ready, Chief DeRusa?
I'm going to stand and I'm ready.
Justin. I. state your
I,
name,
Sandra DeRusa,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of New York
and the Constitution of the State of New York
and the rules and regulations of the Village of Mamaroneck,
and the rules and regulations of the Village of Mamaroneck,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of police chief
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of Police Chief
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Chief DeRusa.
Thank you. I did write a little something, if you don't mind.
I'd love to hear it.
Terrific. So, as a first-generation American who was born and raised here, it's an honor to have been selected as the police chief for the Village of Mamaroneck. My parents immigrated here over 60 years ago. They had to work 2 and 3 jobs to live here and to put myself and my 2 brothers through Catholic grammar school and high school. It is quite apparent where I got my work ethic from. I had my first job when I was 14 years old, and I also worked during my high school years on weekends and during the week. During my time with the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department, I have been promoted through the ranks. I have been blessed to have received an enormous amount of training and experience that has prepared me for this extraordinary opportunity. I do have to acknowledge, though, that it is a challenging time to be taking over as chief. We are still battling the coronavirus and dealing with its effects, and we are in the early stages of complying with Governor Cuomo's reform and reinvention mandate. Rest assured, the men and women of the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department are committed to providing our residents with the service they have come to know and expect. We will be striving to achieve New York State accreditation, implement community-based programs, and continue to develop our knowledge and skills through increased training. It is said that life is about discovering who we are. Leading is about striving to become better than we are and helping everyone around us to be better too. The department is looking forward to making any necessary changes to improve processes and continue to build trust and transparency in the community. I'm looking forward to working with the mayor, the board, the village manager, and the great men and women of this department to keep the Village of Mamaroneck the friendly village and to lead the police department into the next era of policing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief DeRusa. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I got a text before from the former chief, and he is watching this from home.
Terrific.
To say congratulations.
He texted me that already, so it's good.
We're lucky to have you, Chief. Thank you for serving the village so well. Really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure and my honor, really. Thank you.
We want to see you from time to time.
Yes, I look forward to it, Victor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Okay. Communication to the board, round 1. Glenn. Glenn.
Good evening, members of the board. First, I'd like to wish everybody a very happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and a wonderful New Year. And at this time of year, I'd just like everybody to remember that we are a very charitable community, and this is a great time to contribute to some of the many charities we have. It can be whatever rocks your boat. If you want education, you have the student aid funds for both Mamaroneck and Rhinebeck school system. If you like the environment, you have the Marine Education Center. If you like housing, you have the American Housing Alliance. You have the Hispanic Resource Center. You have the free clinics in the village. Whatever really makes you stand up and go, I love this. This is the time. Be as charitable as possible. And to show my charity, I will not be speaking for the rest of the meeting. Very Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Bye.
Michael.
Thank you. Have a good New Year. You too, buddy. Next up is Judge Gallagher.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just have a question because I'd like to convey some remarks on the upcoming public hearing on the court clerk residency requirement. I don't know if now is the right time for that, or it would be better to do it afterwards. So please advise.
It would be better to do it at the public hearing, Judge.
Okay, then I will wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody else has their hand up. We'll go to public hearing. 1A, continuation of the appointment of the planning and zoning board members. Scheduled referendum if law is adopted. Okay, I need a motion to open this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Augie, call roll.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez? Natchez?
You're muted, Dan.
Yes.
Trustee Lucas? Trustee Lucas?
Nora, you're muted too.
Yes.
Aye. Okay. We've gone back and forth about this plenty. I've said all I'm ever going to say. This law does contain the stipulation that I talked about having a hearing officer. And like I said, if that was in there, I would support it. And I will not crazy about it, but I won't stand in the way of it. So that's all I have to say about it. Anybody else?
You know, the hearing officer option is in it for the planning board, but it's not in it for the zoning board. And I know our focus of conversation was always on the planning board, but it seems to me that it should be in for both.
Should be in for both.
Agreed.
So I think we should just use the same language that's in paragraph 58.1 and add it to, or section 58.1 and add it to section 342.88.
We just do that, Jerry, Bob?
Yes.
Okay, so.
We have to renotice it, Bob?
You know, I hate to say it, but I think the answer is yes.
Probably.
Okay, so we need to close this public
Well,
hearing?
let everybody have their say, because we opened it.
Yeah, that's fine.
If we change it tonight, can we renotice it right after this?
You could vote tonight to schedule a public hearing in January.
Could we just do it for the 2 weeks from now?
I mean, you could, if you want to hold the public hearing, you know, the week after Christmas, that's of course up to you. I just assumed you wouldn't want to do that.
Well, I don't think this is time sensitive that we would need to add it to our short meeting.
And you shouldn't have a public hearing at the short meeting.
Right, okay, fine.
There's a hand up.
Amendment for January.
There's a hand up. Daria.
Hi there. I was actually trying to speak during the communication to the board, but I think you missed me, or I raised my hand like a second too late.
We're in a public hearing right now, Daria.
Okay, so I'll just wait for the next communication.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. I need a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, you vote to close. We'll vote.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Were we asking for any public input on this?
The hands were up. The hands were up.
Okay, fine. Yes.
Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. I'd like to reschedule a public hearing on this issue, on this law, for the first meeting in January. Does anybody know the date?
Look, I'm looking right now.
Is January 11th.
January 11th.
January 11th?
January 11th.
With the language that Kelly proposed.
I'll second that.
Augustino.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes, and thank you all for being understanding of that change. It makes it easier, more palatable for me. Thank you. The next public hearing is a public hearing on PLN 2020, amending Chapter 48 regarding the court clerk residency requirement. Okay, I need a motion to open this public hearing.
So moved.
So moved.
I need a
Second.
Okay, full roll.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Does anybody on the board have any questions or concerns?
I mean, just basically to summarize, it allows the village more opportunity or allows more candidates to apply for this position.
Correct. You don't have to be a resident of the Village of Mamaroneck to apply for this.
And that's pretty consistent with the court clerk and this change has been made for several other employees, including previously village manager.
Correct. And the assistant clerk can live out of the community, but the court clerk can't. So it's kind of,
Mhm.
there's no even-handedness in it. Anybody on the board have any questions or concerns before we go to the public? Okay, Judge Darico.
Can you hear me now?
That's Kristen.
Okay, good evening. First off, congratulations to Chief DeRusa. I also was a board member when she was selected and first came on the job, and we look forward to working with her. We've had a lot of back and forth on this issue, and I do implore the board to grant this application. I think the fact that this is on the agenda evidences the need that the court is in. We have been down several staff members since May, and then a second staff member left at the end of July. And it's crucial for us to have certain members in the court staff in order for us to function properly. Mayor, this is an appointment for a staff member that you yourself have control over, and I ask that you, once we move past this vote, that you approve the selection. We've had multiple rounds of interviews, but although the court cannot speak about revenue for obvious ethical reasons, the best barometer to determine how busy a court is the revenue that comes into the court and the data that's kept on that issue. So our court, as you can Google and find out for yourselves, is a very busy court. Our busyness ebbs and flows just like every other community, and we're pretty consistent with other communities. So we have been tied up due to COVID, due to restraints put on us by the Office of Court Administration that we've followed and by the Village of Mamaroneck. And we have every expectation that the moment that COVID comes to an end, we are going to be back in a situation where we are quite busy and we want to properly serve the community. And we cannot do that without proper staffing. So if there are any questions of myself and my co-judge, I'm here to answer them at any time, to meet with you. There have been back and forth items on the agenda over the last few months, including mergers, moving the staff. If any of those things are considered, I just ask that it be done in a public forum so that everyone can ask questions and be heard. And the court has served the community tirelessly for over 100 years, and we're looking to continue that in our best possible posture. So thank you for hearing me. If there's any questions, I am available.
Thank you, Judge. The next up is Judge Gallagher.
Yes, am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of the board, for putting the court clerk residency item on the agenda for the public hearing. Judge Derrico and I obviously support the passage of this law, as it would afford the judges greater flexibility when choosing among candidates for the critical senior court clerk positions. As the board knows, the Mamaroneck Village Court has been operating for most of the past year at between 50% and 75% of our normal full-time staff level of 4 clerks. Due to the retirement of a senior court clerk in May and the departure of an assistant court clerk back in August, it is critical to the court's operations that the senior court clerk vacancy be filled as soon as possible. And I think we have provided you with memoranda recently in support of that. I'd like to, and the judges would like to respond to a particular item in the backup materials for this board item. And I think Judge Derrico alluded to it. In the attached email from the village manager to the judges, the village manager pressed the judges to explain the court's plans for addressing the reduction in court revenues during the COVID crisis. We wish to make it very clear, as Judge Derrico had said, but I think it's important to echo this, that we can't get involved and we cannot be engaged with you in discussions about court revenues. It's just it's inappropriate, and we are ethically prohibited from doing it. To do otherwise would basically suggest the court is a cash register for the village, which it is not. Clearly, the court's closings during the year due to COVID and subsequent reopenings with restrictions have had an impact on our operations. There's no doubt about that. That being said, the judges are very aware of the fiscal challenges that lie ahead for all of us. As outlined in our recent memo to the board, we believe the court has already made substantial contributions to the belt tightening efforts by reducing 2020 court-related budgeted expenses by at least 15 to 20%. We believe the proper focus should be upon the necessary and valuable services the court and our staff provide to the community on a daily basis. It may not be common knowledge to the village that the village court has been continuously serving the community for over 100 years. We oversee one of the busiest local courts in the state, handling a steady flow of criminal matters, landlord, tenant, and other civil cases and village code violations, in addition to the heavy volume of traffic and parking tickets. The judges are on call 24/7 to handle after-hour criminal arraignments, search warrants, and other pressing matters. We are a busy court, and there are huge demands placed upon the judges and the staff. During normal times, the Mamaroneck Village judges also regularly conduct criminal trials, including occasional jury trials. We believe our court is among the community's proud institutions that collectively help identify us as a village rather than just a municipality. In closing, I ask the board to approve the proposed public law removing the court clerk residency requirement. And I ask you, Mr. Mayor, with the support of the board, to move swiftly to approve the judge's choice to fill the senior court clerk vacancy. As Judge Derrico said, we stand ready at all times, and we always do, to meet with the board if you need more information on this subject or on any other subject. But let me be clear, it is critical to the court that we be able to hire this person. We are not asking for a new employee. We're simply asking to fill a critical vacancy that has been empty for a better part of 6 months plus. Thank you for hearing me out. And as Judge Derrico said, I'm available and Judge Derrico is available to answer any questions. And we'd be happy to meet with the board if you do have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience like to speak on this issue? Anybody on the Board of Trustees? This makes common sense to me. I move to close the public hearing.
Second,
Augustino?
Trustees Winthrop,
yes.
Natchez,
Dan, you muted.
Natchez,
He's unmuted.
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay. I move that we adopt local law PLN 2020 regarding the clerk residency requirement.
Second,
Augustino?
Trustees Winthrop,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Thank you all. The last public hearing on the agenda tonight is public hearing on PLLJ 2020 smoking policy. The Village of Mamaroneck smoking policy had not been updated in quite a long time. As a matter of fact, one of the provisions of our old smoking policy was that you could smoke in your office if the guy across or the gal across the desk from you didn't mind that you were smoking. So that's a little out of date. So this law updates us to live within the policies and the code of New York State. And I think we went a little further to require that you be 50 feet from the entrance or the exit of the building. This was Trustee Natchez's recommendation, which I agree with, before you light up a cigarette. In sum and substance, is that what this law does? Mr. Sarnoff, I know you were.
Yeah, I mean, it basically makes our smoking policy consistent with the New York State Public Health Law.
It's a good thing.
Yes.
Employees who were enjoying tobacco products inside vehicles, too. We wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to happen in the future.
Correct.
And as someone who smoked for 15 years, or anybody who's still smoking, to please try and give it up. You know, I gave up a lot of things in my life. Smoking was probably the hardest. So I feel for you if you have to give up cigarettes, but it's a total change to your health perspective. So please, try and quit the habit. There are a lot of ways to do it now that ease you into it without the cold turkey, which can be pretty onerous. That being said, is anybody on the board have any questions or concerns? Anybody in the audience? What?
We open it?
No. We opened this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
I'm sorry, I don't think we did. I don't have a vote, Augie, either.
I'm gonna
Okay.
try, and the staff says we did. I'll make the motion.
I'll second,
Augie, call roll.
Trustees Winthrop,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas?
Yes.
Victor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, well, I chewed my cabbage. Anybody else have anything they'd like to say? Anybody in the audience? Comment? Anybody in the audience? Okay, don't see any hands up. Okay, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Augie, please call.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve this law?
So
So
moved.
moved.
second,
You got that? Oh, yep. Call the roll.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you all. Okay, now order the bills. Resolution authorizing budget transfers. And we have budget transfers of $240,000 from the general fund. And they are all going to COVID-related expenses. Jerry, you want to talk about this for a minute?
Mayor, in part, we need to refund or we need to replenish the fund that we have been using for our COVID response. As many of you know, just recently, we gave out to the community over 13,000 surgical masks to portions of our community that are typically underserved. We continue to have associated expenses related to sanitizing our buildings and our offices, as well as other items. And so what we need to do is replenish the COVID response account in order to be able to continue dealing with this pandemic. Of course, this is one of those items that will go towards the FEMA reimbursement for the COVID responses.
And we will be talking about that later on, the FEMA reimbursement.
Yeah.
Anybody on
Just,
board?
if I may, just to clarify two things, I think this is the mayor, that's what he intended to say. He said the general fund, but within the general fund, we have the fund balance, which is that very, very important, I couldn't even call it savings. That's really the reserve that the village has in cash and ready to put their hand. And was I correct? The first installment was 260,000.
260, yeah, 260.
We've gone through that. Now we're at another 640. So it's going to be $500,000 using it.
Yeah.
We can recoup, but we don't have the money, or we don't have this. So that's why it's so important. But just to point out that how, we'll be very careful managing and keeping tab of that account, because it's the one that is our the line that, our line to hold us until we were over this. All right. We have no option, so I'll support it.
The appropriated fund balance is the rainy day fund, right? That's how it's looked at. Certainly raining. And I think what we're trying to do here is keep the residents safe and keep our employees safe. A lot of our employees are doing very dangerous jobs. And Jerry, I know you've been looking out for them, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Does anybody want to make a motion approving the transfer?
So moved.
second,
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
yes,
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next up is item 2E. And it is the abstract of ordered vouchers. This is the manual pay. $10,936.47. Most of it is payments for the water we use as a community. The bulk is. Anybody have any questions or concerns?
No.
Anybody want to make a motion?
so moved,
Second.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you. The next up is the item of ordered vouchers. For tonight, it is $1,181,327.13. Anybody like to make any questions or concerns?
Yes, page 42 of 46. The Morano Brothers resurfacing, for what street is that? There's no, it says estimate number 13.
Moore Road.
Okay. Augie,
Which
could we actually have the identification of the road?
Sure.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Just a quick question on page 6, AKRF under engineering. Is that the traffic related, the studies, or is it something different?
Yeah, it's traffic related with AKRF. It's not a bill from the consulting planner yet, not yet.
Okay, thank you. No further. Nothing further.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or concerns?
I have one on page 4. Contract services, Found Design LLC, the wayfinding documentation. Is that from the wayfinding project?
Yeah, that was an old invoice that hadn't been paid yet. So it's just clearing up, I think, one last invoice with MERS.
That has to be over a year old.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably 2 years.
yeah.
Is that was just submitted or just never?
No, it was just never processed. You may have gotten hung up with some staff transitions.
Yeah, there's the goal. Any other questions or concerns?
No.
The motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Aye.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. Next up on the agenda, old business, there is no old business. New business, 2A. Resolution authorizing motel licenses from Mamaroneck Motel and Vincent and Sons Motel. Okay, Village of Mamaroneck.
We're holding that, Mayor.
This is supposed to be held until 12/28.
Yeah.
Inspections not done?
We're waiting for the fire inspections.
Okay. We're waiting for the fire inspections. One of the conditions for approval of all these licenses is that they have safety inspection. Approve it. We will do that. Hopefully it'll be done, and we will do that in our short meeting.
And it has to be done in December, correct? Always.
Yeah, it has to be done by the end of the year.
I'm getting a lot of background noise.
Yeah.
Somebody's listening to TV or something.
I think we're fixed now.
Next on the agenda, resolution scheduling referendum, the PLLM appointment of the clerk treasurer. The board passed a law giving giving the appointment power of the clerk treasurer to the board instead of the mayor. This board is subject to a mandatory permissive referendum because it takes the power away from one elected official and gives it to someone else. So tonight is scheduling that election. And that would be 4B. And if I'm not wrong, the election will be at the next regular election in November.
Unless the board decides otherwise, Mayor.
Okay. That's what it is now, and this, what we're doing tonight.
Right.
Okay. Somebody have any questions or concerns?
I just wish we weren't doing this. I think it's politicizing something that doesn't need to be made political.
Somebody want to make the motion?
So move.
Oh, second. Oh, no. Dan move.
Dan moved.
I'll second.
Augustino?
Trustees Winthrop,
No,
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Unmuted stuff.
Director, you're muted.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
No. Okay. Item 4C, resolution authorizing execution of supplemental agreement, the Hillside Avenue Bridge. Mr. Sarnoff, is this your bailiwick?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There were a number of items that occurred during the engineering and design process that had incurred some additional costs for our design and engineering of the project. Chiefly among them were multiple meetings with the HCZM, preparation of bridge renderings, which wasn't considered as part of the original design agreement, additional work communicating and preparing flood modeling in conjunction with the Army Corps of Engineers. Then there are also additional costs related to condemnation proceedings. The process of acquiring property from the church on Howard Avenue was a little complex because of the how the management of the church is arranged as far as who can sign off on the sale of the property. So we actually had to initiate what was termed a friendly condemnation proceeding, and that's been complete and filed with the county clerk. So, as far as the properties, that's been done. There may be some additional work which we have to undertake based on a request from New York State, but I don't have the information on that yet, but I will bring that to you as soon as I have it for a future board meeting.
Anybody have any questions or concerns? No? Okay. We need a motion to adopt the resolution.
so moved.
Second.
Augustino?
trustees Winthrop,
Yes,
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
Aye. Item 4D, resolution establishing 2021 recreation fees and charges. And we talked about this in executive session, and there was one amendment that trustee Natchez suggested, and that was to the non-resident parking fees from $92 to $102. And I think it was the will of the board to move on that. So I would like to amend this to change that fee for non-resident parking from $92 to $102. With that resolution, does anybody have any comments or concerns?
I would just clarify that it was discussed not in executive session, but in the work session.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, in the work session. The
Well,
public-
also that the recreation director supported it.
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to so move the motion.
I'll second.
Nobody is in the audience? All right, Augustino?
trustees Winthrop,
Yes,
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
Aye. And then is a resolution establishing an all-way stop at English Place and Park Avenue. This is a intersection that is kind of like an L. It's not a T. Many neighbors for a long time have been complaining about the visibility, the narrowness, and children going into the park and coming home from school, going through the park. And they feel it is a very dangerous situation. So tonight, we're going to install 2 stop signs and hopefully stop signs and removing some of the parking spots and different painting will make this safer for our children in the future. We will be keeping an eye on it. Somebody have any questions or concerns?
Like to move the motion?
Second,
Or, you know,
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing funding commitment to open space acquisition plan. Gary, you want to talk about this?
Actually, Mayor, Mr. Sonoff can talk better about this.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Barbario. Uh, Always formal at the meeting. Thank you, Mayor. This is in regard to a grant program that the village submitted an application for. Recently, FEMA came out with a grant program. It's called Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities, BRIC, BRIC. In looking at the grant application with our grant writers, we reviewed the village's supplement to the county all hazard mitigation plan to identify potential projects that would be eligible for funding under this program. In looking at the plan, the project which seemed most appropriate based on the plan or the program parameters was a mitigation plan to prepare a report to acquire and maintain open space in and around the Sheldrake River. This would supplement any future Army Corps project. Granted, we don't know what's happening with that, but still it would have a benefit regardless. As part of the plan, application requires a 25% match from the village and a funding commitment. So the plan as proposed was for $75,000. 25% of that is $18,750. And I think the resolution says the board will consider a funding commitment of $18,750 as part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget.
Okay, anybody have any questions or concerns?
thank you
Thank you.
for your persistence.
Yeah, this is something that's consistent with the comprehensive plan and will help with flood mitigation. This is a great way to get some grant money.
Motion? I'll make a motion.
Oh,
Oh, second,
Augustino?
Trustees Winthrop,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. 4G, resolution authorizing execution agreement with Millennium Strategies for reimbursement of COVID-related expenses. So Jerry, this dovetails into what we were doing when we were passing the bills, right?
Correct, Mayor. What FEMA allows us to do is add up to 5% of our reimbursement request for administrative costs associated with putting the application together. Mr. Sonoff, Mr. Fusco, and I are very experienced in weather-related type of FEMA applications, and we can do that really well. We do not have any experience with applying to FEMA for a pandemic. And so what we need is some assistance. This will not cost us anything, will not cost the village anything. The Millennium Strategies will be getting paid from FEMA to do this work up to 5% of our reimbursement costs, which as you and Trustee Tefor just recently discussed, is in excess of $500,000, or at least we're funding it in excess of $500,000 right now.
there may be other expenses that we haven't
Right.
actually, that aren't out of pocket.
So as the board knows, I was able to put together within a week our application for Tropical Storm Isaias. And we did that in-house with our existing staff. And we were able to do that very quickly because we've done these before. This COVID pandemic is something very unusual that a lot of municipalities are going to have to deal with as far as justification and keeping track of all the records. We have hundreds of invoices related to this right now.
I do have a question, Jerry, because you did mention that there's a whereas clause that says for each application submitted to FEMA, there's a 5% added, and that's essentially their pay. Correct? But then when I go back to their application on page 2, it says that it has their compensation, and essentially they charge us directly. So when do we pay them? They charge us, and then they have, but let me finish so you can give me the whole answer. Okay. And it says this agreement is subject to a not to exceed amount of $20,000 unless we authorize them. So how does it work?
So the way it works is you have to have this contract in order for us to submit the 5% reimbursement for administrative costs. So this contract is part of the application. It becomes part of it. And so those costs have to be disclosed to the village prior to hiring these individuals. And so it is 5%. We anticipated it would be $20,000, but it could be a little bit higher. And that's basically a mechanism. It's a math problem, Victor.
That's my question. Should it go into resolution, or should we cross-reference to the scope of services?
What I think the resolution has. The resolution is clear that we're going to cap it at 5% and never be more than 5%. If you needed to add something to the resolution, of course, that's the board's prerogative. Yeah. But the resolution is solid on the 5% and nothing more.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit similar to when we've done utility audits in the past. Typically, you hire a company and they'll get a cut of what you're able to recover. Usually they're at about 33%, but this is obviously a much smaller percentage, but a potentially very large reimbursement we'll expect to receive. And as the manager mentioned, they're going to have to pour through hundreds of invoices to determine what is eligible and what's not eligible under this FEMA reimbursement. That's kind of the major difference between this and the ones that we're typically experienced with, and that we can throw in everything.
So then to help me out here, you're good at this. The we just need to say in the same terms as the contract attached.
Yeah. I think
what I want is don't have the two documents. Let's link them. So resolve that the village manager is authorized to execute a professional services contract with Millennium in as attached, or in the same, or would you say dated November 4th? How would you tie them?
Yeah, my default is attached here to and made a part hereof, or the reimbursement is in accordance with the contract attached here to.
Now let's just mention the agreement, so we don't know what agreement are we talking about?
Well, it's the proposal that they submitted, which I believe is attached. It was attached with the work session. I don't know if it was attached with the.
So just insert that language. With that, I'll move it.
I think if you just add the date to the village received a November 4, 2020 proposal, the last whereas before the, on the first page, I think that would do it.
So just putting in the date of the proposal, Jerry?
I think so.
Yeah.
Just look at it that way and see. You're referencing that proposal on that date.
That's okay with me.
Yeah.
Right. So that being said, we have a hand up. Mr. Kevin Duarte Chan.
Yes, hi, good evening. Thank you for taking me. I have a question about the bills, if you don't mind, since we're on the topic.
Well, we're on the topic of the bills for the COVID. Is your question about this what we're on right now, or is it about I think what you want to do is wait for communication to the board, which will be coming up soon.
Yeah.
And ask your question then.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I need a motion to move this.
So moved.
Second,
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye, thank you. Resolution authorizing contract 2020-03 for I&I remediation. Jared, this is a big contract. We talked about it in executive session. It was about rehabbing and renewing our sanitary sewer system. For those who don't know, homeowners and building owners own the line up until where it intersects into the street. Almost always the line in the street is then owned by the Village of Mamaroneck. The Village of Mamaroneck line at some point ties into a county trunk line. The county trunk line then goes to our famous sewage treatment plant down the block from here. But all of those lines that the village owns are very old and they're very extensive, but they are very, very important. You cannot have civilized society without sanitary sewer systems. Middle Ages is the biggest example of what happens when a sanitary sewer system breaks down. Jerry, I'll let you talk to the folks at home about the large number.
Mayor,
Before
since-
Jerry talks, Mayor, you said executive session. I think you meant the work session.
Okay, thanks for that correction.
Mayor, since 2014, 2015, we've had an order on consent from the state DEC regarding the necessary repairs on our sewer lines and infrastructure. And so on Wednesday, November 18th, we received 6 bids. The lowest bid, responsible bidder, was Green Mountain Pipeline Services out of Bethel, Vermont, for the amount of $5,132,780. We've reviewed this with the consulting engineer, and this is the same company that works for the County of Westchester currently. And so we're asking the Board of Trustees to approve this resolution and award this contract for sanitary sewer rehabilitation areas 8, 7, 13, 14. Off the top of my head, I don't know exactly where those areas are. I have to look at a map.
Okay, but
Of the village, let's put it that way.
Thanks for a buck.
Let's say, if it's fair, it's about 75 or 80% of the village. It's most of it.
Big portion of it, right?
I want to thank you for getting to this point because this has taken years and years and 3 managers. So thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
How long do you think it's going to take?
It's going to take a year,
A year.
1 year.
And there's possibility of tapping to the special fund that the state has.
Yeah.
We already have some of that money already, right?
We have 1.082 million for this project already.
And we can try to grab some more for next year,
We're going to try to grab some more, maybe not
middle of the year.
this
They open,
application, but for the next areas that are still required to be inspected and remediated.
Yeah, I think there's also low-cost financing we can take advantage of through the Environmental Facilities Corporation using the state's AAA bond rating, which is slightly better than our AA1 rating.
Yep.
I'll be brief, but I was saying, after a long road, we get to this moment and it's in the hardest financial time, but I will point out that what I know and looking at the highest bid, which is 8.6 million, and some very large companies, I think we fared well so the bid was a lot of work and I think we just have to move forward. Thank you for getting to this point. I've been 4 years on this one. So thank you all for helping out.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Somebody like to move it?
So moved.
Trustees Winter,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you all. Discussion, rate consistency recommendation for CDGB funded infrastructure improvements projects for Waverly Avenue and Prospect Avenue, East Prospect Avenue. We don't have backup. For those at home, CDGB is Community Development Block Grants. They come from the Housing and Urban Development Corporation of the federal government. They are administrated to the village via the county. Years we did not get CDGB grants when the former county executive was at war with the federal government over affordable housing. This village went 8 years without receiving any of these grants. We have realized millions and millions and millions before that buried the lines on Mamaroneck Avenue, built the spray ground, redid Stanley Avenue Park, redid sidewalks throughout the community. So we benefited from this big time, and we had a lapse of 8 years not getting any. And now, thankfully, we are back in the game and we are getting some. So I thank the current county executive, and hopefully we can move these projects forward. Does somebody have any questions about finding these consistent with the LWRP? And so do we have to have a motion to find these consistent?
No, but before they make the motion, I'll be brief, but this is a good example of trying to focus the work of government to areas that really need it. And as the mayor was explaining, we got really affected by not using this type of money. When it became available again, Mr. Sarnoff really focused on what was really those areas of the village that needed. So all the work, administrative work, and effort that was put by the administration and the support of staff and of the trustees. And we were piggybacking here on work by our predecessors, people who were in the 91, I believe, the trustees. The backup is it's very interesting. It's all in the work session. So it is work that was started, I think that Mayor Lance, Trustee Goldstein was there actually. Anyway, we're piggybacking on the work that was done there, and then all this administrative work. So we're orienting those resources on areas that really need it, and it really helps that diversity and equity effort of government. And now that we're really focusing on what we do and how we can help that, so this is a big one for Mr. Sarnoff, because he has really been the project manager, and we're getting to the end. And I'm really happy to see that the consistency piece of it has been done impeccable by our commission. Everything is covered, so I have no problem with it, and I really commend you for that effort, Dan, because it's been a long haul for many years.
Thank you, Trustee Tefor.
The question, do we have to vote for consistency here?
You don't have to take a formal consistency vote. I think you just need to provide commentary to the state DOS. There is the memo that was prepared by the Harbor and Coastal Zone Management Commission. I can, kind of mirror that letter and send that up to the state if you prefer.
Would this work, that we concur with the opinion given by the Harbor and Coastal Zone Management Commission?
Absolutely.
So we'll pass a resolution concurring with their submission, and then you can just attach it.
Yeah, the reason I didn't attach a resolution in the first place is I didn't know what action the board wanted to take tonight, so.
I'll move the motion.
Wait, can I just?
Second.
Can I just ask a question? So are we saying, because it's us that have to make the determination. So would it be something like after consultation with our Harbor and Coastal Zone Management Commission, we find the matters to be consistent?
or you say we recommend that they be consistent, because technically the Department of State has to make the determination because of the
Right.
federal money.
But I
So,
don't put that down because we take, I think we have to make an affirmation that it's our view too, right?
yeah, I mean, it's a village project, so that's why the village board has to make the, I think the village board should make the recommendation.
But we're,
So maybe it makes sense, Dan, for you to do what you had originally suggested. Just, write a letter from the board using the language and the findings of the HCCM.
Whatever the board votes to move forward with is what we'll do.
well, I think we all agree with the HCZM that it's consistent, that we think it's consistent.
Yes.
Why don't you just resolve to adopt the recommendations?
I was gonna say that, we concur and adopt the recommendations, that's it.
Whatever is easiest and gets it done.
I can go with that. Dan, do we need a vote? We don't need a vote on it. That's. All right. Everybody okay with that? We'll move on?
Yes,
Resolution appointing deputy village attorney. We're going to appoint Mr. Michael Hartman tonight, who works in Mrs. Spalding's firm to assist us here in the village of Mamaroneck as a deputy village attorney. Mr. Hartman, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, board, and everyone else. It's definitely an honor to be appointed to the position of deputy village attorney. I look forward to serving the village, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make the motion as presented in the packet with the last, there at the end of the therefore, serving at the pleasure of the Board of Trustees.
Okay, I can deal with that.
second,
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes, and welcome.
the floor,
Four?
Support,
I said yes.
Mayor Murphy,
Aye. Resolution correcting location of handicap space on Center Avenue. Hey, Kelly, you want to talk about this?
Sure. We have a resident who lives in a in the industrial area and had requested from the Traffic Commission a handicap spot. And through we voted on this in October. Through a miscommunication, the spot was put on the wrong side of the street. And so out of an overabundance of caution, we're just redoing this resolution to make it clear that the spot should be on the resident side of the street, not in front of the business across the way.
Anybody have any questions or concerns? You want to make the motion?
So moved.
Second,
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the floor,
Yes,
Murphy,
Aye. Resolution authorizing execution of agreement with HVEA for Tompkins Avenue Bridge project. Jerry?
Mayor, this is to address New York State DOT yellow flag warning on our Tompkins Avenue Bridge regarding the loss of some small stones, filler stones that need to be repaired. Hudson Valley Engineering Associate, HVEA, provided a proposal for $27,500 for collection of data, design services, and some construction support services, some oversight. And so we need this to address the DOT's yellow flag warning and then move on to either doing the repair in-house based on the design and engineering that Hudson Valley provides us, or bidding it out so we have an outside contractor do this repair and remove the yellow flag warning on this bridge.
This is the bridge connects town of Mamaroneck to the town of Rye, right out here in the back. It's got a very beautiful wrought iron railing, probably from the late 1800s. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
I'll make that motion.
Second,
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Communication to the board, the second round. Daria and Mr. Get Daria L first, and then get Mr.
Did you
Tom.
do M?
What?
Did you do M?
What's that? I don't have an M on my thing.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hold on one second. Yeah, just Daria, I can't. Just hold on one second. What's that?
May I approach?
Yeah, you may approach. I didn't have that on my thing. Let's suspension of it. Daria, hold on one second.
Okay.
This is 4M. We might have skipped. Is that, do you folks have 4M on your,
No, I stop at L.
No. Hold on.
I think this was online, but we didn't get it in our packet. Is this the bench donation for Ms. Yiza?
Mayor, it is a bench donation and then it was added very late on Friday. We can wait to do it at the next meeting if you prefer.
Is this for Ms. Yiza?
No,
Okay, let's just wait for next meeting because we don't have the paperwork in front of us. Sorry. I'm sorry.
And I'm not finding it online either. I didn't find it online either.
We'll do it. We'll do it next time around.
Can we do it at the short meeting?
I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Daria, I'm sorry. You were on. Unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you for indulgence.
All right. So I wanted to ask the mayor a question. I'm actually following up about a question I heard weeks ago by a man named Glenn who spoke at, I guess, the previous communication of the board in this meeting. So he asked how many lawsuits the village is fighting that aren't covered by insurance. You said that you would have to get back to him on this, and I wanted to ask what you found and if you found out the answer to whether or not the village's insurance premiums have gone up as a result of all these lawsuits.
I honestly don't have that information in front of me. I'm sorry, it's been a busy few weeks. I don't think the village's insurance rate has gone up, but I don't have the number of lawsuits in front of me.
Okay, I'll just ask in the next meeting so that you can have it in front of you. Sorry for my text notifications.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you. Mr. Chan.
Hi there. Good evening. Thank you again for having me. So as I mentioned earlier, I do have a question about the bills, and it is about the money that we're spending as a village on the ABC properties litigation. Included on the audited invoices on tonight's agenda was I noticed another $17,000 in legal fees. So my question is, Mr. Mayor, is there any way you could explain to us what the lawsuit is about?
I don't, I'm betting you know. It is about a person who was building a couple of houses and he had a dispute with a few of our land use boards. And he decided to sue us. We didn't sue him. And we are defending that suit. That's what we do. We defend ourselves.
I see, but my question is, why are we approving all of these thousands of dollars in legal fees when that could be avoided anyway? I mean, we were just talking about all the expenses that the village has, including, of course, how we're going to struggle to even apply for FEMA funds under COVID and all these structural repairs and things of this such. So it seems to me that there's money that we shouldn't be wasting for no reason. That's how it seems for me.
I agree that litigation is not a great use of village resources, but people sue. And you just can't give up and not protect the village and not protect the laws of this community. Most people sue you. You have an obligation to protect the laws and the rules and regulations of the village of Mamaroneck. So I think this is one of those the fault doesn't lie in those that are getting sued. The fault might lie in those that are suing. But that's just my point of view. Others may differ.
Suing for what exactly?
I'm sorry, sir?
As I asked, what are we being sued for exactly?
You could look the case up online. I'm not going to get into the specifics of talking about the case.
Well, all right. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to put that out there. It does seem like we've accrued approximately $100,000 in legal fees at this point. So again, I can't help but to think that that's money that could have gone to COVID relief somehow. We could have paid people's rents. I mean, there's limitless ways we could have spent that money otherwise. So that would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and have a good evening. Have a happy holiday season. Okay. Anybody else has their hand up? No. Okay. Report from the village manager.
Mayor, the only thing I have to report is that we are preparing for a storm that's going to give us in excess of 12 inches of snow. It's going to be an overnight event on Wednesday into Thursday. Therefore, Thursday will be a mess to try to get out of your driveway and all those related good things that come with a giant snowstorm. We are actively getting ready, and we are working towards making sure that we provide whatever we can regarding safety of the people in the village, such as checking items that could potentially have an issue and blow away or blow down with 45+ mile-an-hour winds. I still do not have any information from the staging plan for from Con Ed. We did ask early this morning, and they were still checking the weather, and that's fine. But at some point tomorrow, I will be pestering them to try to get some information regarding how they're going to deal with the potential of 12 inches of snow with 45-mile-an-hour winds and the loss of power that's typically associated with that kind of a storm. So we'll do what we can. I will put out as many of the weather notices as I receive to the public through Robert. I will also be doing some robocalls in Spanish and in English, and just try to keep the village informed as much as possible. There may be some interruption of trash collection on Thursday. I'm not sure. That's not a definite, but we're trying to deal with anticipating that right now. So that's it for me. I do
Following up on Jerry's comments about the snowstorm, for all those who can move their cars off the street into driveway, parking lots, or any other areas to allow the village crews to be able to plow fast and easy, they can then, get out easier and faster. The more cars that are on the streets, the more difficult it is to clear them, the longer it takes.
That is very important. I appreciate that, Trustee Natchez. It's very important. Nobody wants to get their car or vehicle plowed in, so it would be good to be able to move them off street as much as possible. Mayor, I do have two items, the snow and ice agreement, great timing, with the County of Westchester, as well as Millennium Strategies agreement for our annual grant services that they provide.
Thank you. What's the clerk treasurer?
Yes, Mayor, please be advised that second half tax payments are due during the month of December 2020. Filed for the record is the general election canvass and certifications. Filed for record is Justice Gallagher's annual training certification, and filed for the record is the New York State DOT notice of appropriations.
Thank you. We also have minutes of commissions, boards, and committees, the minutes of the Board of Trustees work session, regular meeting of November 23rd, minutes of the Board of Architecture review meeting of October 15th and November 19th, 2020, minutes of the Board of Ethics of November 5th, 17th, 19th, 23rd, and 30th, and December 1st and 4th, 2020. Minutes of the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee of October 27th, 2020. Minutes of the Ad hoc Ethics Code Review Committee of November 13th and November 20th, 2020. Uh, Closing tonight. I am just going to ask, before we close, for a moment of silence in recognition of a long time, lifelong, very influential gentleman in the village of Mamaroneck who passed away yesterday, Mr. Keith Yiser. Mr. Yiser's family goes back over 100 years in the village of Mamaroneck. Mr. Yiser was influential in shaping and sending young children in the right direction, both in his work in the high school for 30 years, over 30 years, and his work as both a basketball coach and a sports enthusiast for this community. He was a big man, he was a big, nice man, a kind man. I never heard him say a cross word about anyone. He lived in his life in the service of others. He leaves behind a grieving, loving family and a community that will miss him for as long as all of us will remember. So our prayers and our condolences go out to his family. So if we just have a moment of silence before we adjourn. We need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody, Merry Christmas to all you and everybody at home. Happy holidays, happy Hanukkah. Good night.
Night.
Stay safe. Bye-bye.